Give me 1 second, guys. I'm just getting some stuff up and running here. Good morning. Ding ding. All right. Yeah, I know about Riley. Go chase it. See how much money you can lose. Might be able to set a new record. I still think the bulls are going for 5,100. Well, we got rejected off of that in the pre-market, which does actually give us a little bit of resistance to the upside. But there's supportive in the money call positioning still, and charm is slightly positive. So the big question here is, was durables hot enough to turn this around? And that's hard to answer. There's a big strangle again out of the money. I'd imagine if either leg of that goes in the money, it'll pick our direction for the day all by itself. We'll gap up on SPX. Yeah, but it's closing pretty fast. Futures has resistance to the downside at 103.25, 50.90, 50.60 before anything gets really bearish, so plenty of room to fall. Looks like there's support at 75, and some decent support at 50.50. VIX isn't picking up much. I don't think VIX will pick up much unless we fail 50-40, which is another problem. I believe ES is going back to 52.68.25. Okay. This doesn't seem that far away. Good morning, Luigi. I like sausages? I know you do, Max. Are you out of NVIDIA now? I was out of NVIDIA yesterday, but I wanted to go long on it again today. I'm waiting. What's going on with GoEV? Ooh. Something like that. Hmm. Fubo? Upstarts. Not turning around yet, but it's kind of starting to. Cat looks good. Yeah, Cat still looks strong. A little bit of the call interest took profit at resistance yesterday, but see if Dow picks back up again. But the open's good. It needs to clear that 65 resistance. Sluggish VIX. Riley MOASS, it's up about $13. QQQ carrying once again. Looks like it's supportive, yeah. Let's see. Copper's climbing, silver's climbing, wheat, oil's down. Interesting. NQ's up 86 fucking points overnight. Dollar's moving back up a little bit, although I feel like that should be a lot more given how hot durables was. Everything's going up except the 2-year. Forward yield on vols moving up a little bit. VX at 15.6. VIX at 15.7. Interesting. All right. That was a hard fucking bounce. Call selling here. Delta's picking up a little bit. All right. So shitload of gamma at 50.95, 5100. Still a put wall at 90 on the longer dated expirations, with support at 85.80. Let's see, where do we fall to? 75. So this is the top of the call side support. And then there's a bit of resistance, and then 95, 100. Should we cross them, could rocket this a bit higher. The retest of the trends. A little lower test. Kind of getting a wedge. All right. Victor here, is Tesla dead? I mean, I'm not going long Tesla unless it breaks gamma neutral, but we'll see. I think it'll be pretty dependent on the indexes. Also, profit taking after earnings is going to have some effect. Get Riley on the screen. I don't give a shit about that stock. Retest of 5,200. What, right now? No? On what? Oh, futures? We're still really far from 5,200. It's like 150 BPS out of the money. Ooh, cap broke through the trend. Nice. Oops, like a... fucking index. That's the put wall test. And EOS looks kind of weak. Yeah, getting above 90 is really important for the bulls, and we just rejected off of it. Very short term, that looks a little bearish, but maybe we're just stable. Is that going to be enough pressure to push this up? Let's assume it is. Could always cut this, right? That's good. Failed the 38 breakout. Maybe I don't go long the video today. Really wanted to. That is not a good place for it to fail. AMG's doing fine. Go EV selling off again. If I held that Tesla 200C overnight, I would be down $5 on the contract. Goddamn 2FA. Where's my phone? I'm up 13 cents. What was your cost basis? 12 cents. Will you go short NVIDIA? If it breaks under 800. Maybe. I'm broke. How? What did you do, Popcorn? Pretty much the same as last week. If futures test and break through 51.25, shorts will close and go back to all-time high, or maybe new all-time high. Well, not necessarily. 5200's big resistance. What's even driving QQQ? Most mega caps seem to just be trending down. I mean, no? Microsoft, Meta, NVIDIA, AVGO, AMD, QCOM, Texas Instruments, ASML, Adobe, Google, Meta, Amazon, they're all up. Tesla. Hmm. Just gonna bounce one more time. Test 85. Fall's been crushed. Okay, still a lot of call selling. But chop on the resistance here. It's going to be maybe kind of hard to fail 80. Ooh. Test of 90. Like 780. QQQ's not quite topping out yet. What are your thoughts on May 3 Tesla puts? Or do you think it can push higher? Can you give thoughts on what you think the MM and big money will try to do with the stock over the next week? Sorry if you already went over this late to the stream today. Tesla needs to get above 170 before it gets the support from the MM for a continued upside move, which I wrote up last night. Yeah, I'm not really interested in going long on it unless it goes above that 170 mark. Ooh, gap up on the put. That's kind of interesting. The gamma neutrals 170. There's some argument that if it breaks 65, it's worth longing. But if it does get above GN, there's a whole shitload of short calls it can squeeze off to the upside. and a lot of put positioning that's has yet to capitulate. So let the profit taking post earnings wear off. It might take a little bit, and then once it does, we'll kind of see where it starts trending. But I'm watching it. Let's find out how strong this support actually is. Pretty strong, actually, yeah. Hmm. 86. Wow, came out as flat as fuck. Yeah, 85 still supportive though, a little bit. If we lose 77 again, this could fall back to 40. Jesus, it's there's a lot of range. Looks like they pulled back some of the in the money calls. The 50, 50, 60 call positions closed up probably in the pre-market before or right after durables came out. QQQ's moving down to test VWAP. SPX support is like right here at 80, 85. USD JPY at 155. Yeah, I know. Call selling leads to call squeezing. What are your thoughts on May 3rd Tesla puts? Okay, answered that. I think way too soon. Not very good on the weekly. It's definitely got a lot of positive pressure after earnings. 5-minute R's feel like a choppy. If the indexes start falling, maybe because it is in negative gamma territory there. Actually, I'm gonna need to look. I need to look at Tesla weekly volume or OI. If the weeklies that are supportive at the money sell off, then at the money puts could be okay. I would say if it breaks below 60. Yeah. 61. 60 50. 160 50. Hey, red candles. Okay, let's break 77 and crush that gap. I'm gonna make back my overheld puts from yesterday that I got squeezed out of. How many GoAVs do I need? I don't know. Is it moving? Ugh. They shorted the fuck out of it this morning. The tips do not look as good as they looked last night. Probably because Russell's falling. Is it even in Russell anymore? $77 support. Is that gonna fail? I'm just gonna break all the way up and fill the fucking gap, because that would be ridiculous. Let's see what ES looks like. Ooh, pretty strong rejection on ES. Okay volume, not great. One of us. What? Oh, yeah. Nvidia actually going for 800. If it breaks it, I might short. Yeah, it's at 827 still. It's got a long way to go. Profits at 11. Where's the gap fill? I don't know if we have enough momentum here. Don't want to regain 80. Regain 80. I might just market close this thing. Doesn't look like this put's being sold too heavily. But it's in the money, so. Alright. Market needs S to up instead of down. Market needs to up instead of down. Oh, because of your thingy? I can be red, I can be sad, I can cry about my Roth, or I can YOLO into 0 GTE puts and be big happy with my green. We'll see. Okay, I'm gonna set my stop at like 1150 here. Yeah. Engage dip buy. That might be a little harder. I just want this contract to go to $30. It's not too much to ask. Ooh, Straddle. No, keep the puts open. Yeah, I think I need to keep both sides open still. Bulls see a dip that needs buying. It's true. They do. They do not have the support that they did from the in the money positions yesterday, though. So this is a little weaker. Did you make an endless glizzy? I haven't started making actual sausages yet. I got caught up with some bullshit last night and I didn't get a chance to whip them up. Did I see you at the Columbia camp protest selling deep fried pickles? Must have been someone else. I don't know to what you would be referring. Cool Whip? Yeah, I pronounce it whip. I don't say whip. I'm not an asshole. I'm just fucking with him. Are you gonna make the holy 10-foot glizzy? No. Are you gonna grind your own meat? Yeah, yeah. I'm making bangers and fennel sausage, fennel garlic sausage. What happened with the whole GME craze? Is it dead? No. There's still thousands of bag holders that are just as insane as they always were. Their stock is dead. The craze, yeah, it's diminished, but it still exists. No, fennel, not fentanyl. Jesus Christ. Fennel is gross. You're gross. Make some sausage with jalapeno, cheese, pineapple. Thank me later. I don't know how well that would freeze. Seems like you could end up with something yucky. Everyone in real life I know that was in GameStop has been out for over a year. Sausage, green pepper, onion pizza dusted with fennel pollen is bomb. Why are you putting plant nut on your pizza? Never thought I'd see someone feel so strongly about fennel, which again is gross. You're the one with the strong feelings about fennel. One time I went to some farm-to-table house-made breakfast place in Seattle that had fennel sausages, and they were so horrible we had to send them back. The chef was quite upset. Way too much fennel. So I've made those before, and yeah, it's really easy to overdo it. Fucking gap fill. But they still make money on that? Okay, that's fine. Bulls are buying the fuck out of this dip. But now that the gap is filled, let's see what happens. Because it's still bear flagging a little bit. Go wait on the call side. Ooh, Go EV's bouncing back a little bit. Maybe they're done shorting the ever-loving fuck out of it. Break up. 85. Oh, look, we're gonna retest 90. Awesome. I'm gonna buy my fucking put for the same price. So that looks less bullish. That looks more bullish. Retest 51.26 on futures again? Maybe. The bond market is shitting. That is correct. The 10-year is back at 4.65. Although I wish the dollar was up more. What's the range on this? Just back to resistance at 90 again? Yeah. Correlation's starting to turn around a little bit. Carry trade's pushing up again. USD JPY at 154.99. Bond vol pulled back so hard yesterday. So we priced out four points of cuts with durables. It's not very much. Okay, I think if we fail here, I'm gonna close the call side of my straddle. I need a pretty big drop for the puts, though. Problem with shorting here is the dealer's still a little bit positive on the delta. Is Moonwind still around? Actually, I think so. Yeah. Any recommendations for eateries in Miami? I don't know if I've ever eaten solid food in Miami. Cuban? We can't go down. Meta has earnings today. Does that mean you're thinking 5100 is uncrossable? Love it. Like really bad. It doesn't mean it's uncrossable. There's a lot of zero DTEs at 95, 5100. But I also think those are going to become more and more sold the longer we chop under it. Which could also mean they could squeeze out later. We'll see. Losing 77.75 is pretty bearish, though. To the downside, gamma's really flat. So we don't have like the same supportive positioning that we had yesterday. And buying into it here is expensive. It's much cheaper to let the price fall and then try to build the call wall out of the money. Watch will trade between 75 and 90 all day. That's reasonable. Yeah. I said Fubo is really a liquid. Has it shown any covering? There was a little bit of covering yesterday when it spiked up. Today, kind of just looks choppy. Not a lot going on there. Like the tips crossed and it's kind of pulling back a bit. But that could, yeah, that could be chopped before a bigger move. And we're about the right distance from earnings. So we might see some covering going into earnings. And like short positions pull back a little. Breaking down? Well, no, because we haven't broken through 77, 75 yet. So we can still find support here again. I know, it's annoying. I don't want to talk Tesla. How about backpacks? What are your back to school plays? Jesus Christ. Jansport. What do you think about Genie at the current price? Indicators looking good or just needs something to go up? It looks like a bag of shit. There isn't even that much short interest. $70 billion on the 5-year a lot. It's a big auction. Herschel, if you're fancy. What are your thoughts on pizza bagel bites? Like actual bagel bites? They're disgusting. What was your favorite lunchbox as a kid? I had a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle lunchbox that was shaped like the van that they drive around, and it had wheels on it, and it also had like a little like roof mounted crossbow thing that shot anything you put in it, including food. That was dope. Works for Citadel, confirmed. Ryan Cohen's a bad CEO. I don't know what you want me to tell you. He's terrible at his job. Did you have a Double Dragon lunchbox too? No, but my friend Jeremy did. The only lunchboxes I remember are my Ninja Turtle one, and I had a Darkwing Duck lunchbox. But it was just like one of the regular ones with like a sticker. It had like a sticker on the front, and it was just a plastic cube. It wasn't nearly as cool as the Ninja Turtle one. I'm just up and to say hello. I'll return this afternoon to check on Nvidia's fall from grace. Best of luck with SPX. Thanks, man. Wouldn't go EV to O'Reilly. It was a totally different situation. Wouldn't Riley back to $22 is my question. I had the Fonzie lunchbox until I said A, sit on it 5 million times. No DuckTales lunchbox? Nah, I never had one. Break 75 or time for the 50-90 calls. We'll see. Okay. Spread on GoEV calls are getting active. Sure. Weakness there. Just gotta get back above 80, right? There we go. All right. I don't remember my lunch boxes, but I do remember the notes my mom would leave for me. My work is the best. We didn't get raises, but they're throwing us a flippin' sweet pizza party. Well done. What a great way to thank your employees. One meal a year. I think they're scared of leveraging the carry trade more here. UDA's made it pretty clear that 155 is a line in the sand. Oh yeah, if the yen falls further, it presents some fairly significant risk. I think more so that they can't absorb the impact from any kind of tail event at that point, right? So yeah, it's very possible that it forces their hand tonight. Story time. I had my first docking experience this past weekend, and it wore me out. I was the only one with a dick jacket, so I did all the work. You know, boating is very dangerous, Kendra. Even with a appropriate safety gear like a jacket, you could find yourself just covered in liquidity, maybe even near the brink of drowning. Does that mean Japan needs to raise rates? I mean, need and will are very different things. Unsubbed. Yes. Do you think vertical farming has any type of dominant space in the future? Or is current agriculture too engraved to allow for it? Maybe urban areas? And current agriculture and our massive waste of both arable land and water resources are not only ingrained into our culture, but strongly supported by government subsidy, which gives them a significant advantage over attempting to farm in urban sprawl via vertical farming. Send me the video. I'll review it for possible OSHA violations. Oh, nice. So I'm going to stay long here. That looks like garbage. Why did the Bulls pick today to suck? Looks like they're only going to cover GoEV in falling markets. That's annoying. Ooh, almost get stopped out there. It's really more risk than I want to take. we struggling so much with 80? Okay, that's kind of supportive. Boop. Especially my stop right below that. Right. 40. What are futures doing here? Oh, it's kind of bearish. That's also falling off. I feel like we need to get one more push though before we get like a good breakdown. I don't know why we're running into so much resistance at 80. That should be... Crossing 80 should be good for the bulls. And it's definitely not big enough to be a resistance. $80.85 resistance at 90. Yeah, that hasn't changed. Let me see what's going on here. The call's getting sold pretty heavily. I think we still might get a breakout. I guess I'll try to keep from getting stopped out on this. Might be worth it. Alright. MM is loving this action. Yeah. They're just stopping everything out. It's interesting. The calls, the out of the money calls and at the money calls are getting sold pretty heavily. So there's a little bit of pressure here, but I think we can get at least one more upside breakout before we retest the low. And not just this like really shitty one, like slightly higher than this, right? Like this, consolidate, break up. TLT's bouncing, if that's worth anything. Not much, right? If the economy is doing so bad, why is the SPX above 5K? Because we had to save it so you could sell your business. You started this. Don't bitch about it now. You're like, oh, Gherk, please turn the market around. I don't want it to crash. I'm thrilled. TLT is not bouncing? Okay. The drops are accelerated by the MM. Yes. That's so true. We have to do this shit until September, thanks to popcorn. I know. I think it would be hilarious if we found out Kendra was actually a 17-year-old girl prepping for getting an English degree and becoming an author. I'd read the book. Here's what we know about Kendra. He owns at least one leather cowboy hat. And he has a fence. What low do you think we're retesting? What? Oh, if we fail this, we could go down pretty hard. There's no like support really. Have you ever had a stop fill 10 cents above the stop price? Yeah, all the time. If it's a market, yeah. Why support? I've had it with these motherfucking bulls buying these motherfucking dips. Good thing I didn't set a stop. Is this the breakdown? Maybe. It's getting spicy. The bid asks are getting funky, which is always a good sign. Did you cut cat this morning? I was busy. Broke 365 for a second there. I didn't add more. But yeah, I know it broke out for a second. We'll see. I think they have earnings tonight, so or no, tomorrow morning. So I'll probably be out of it today, but I haven't cut the rest of it yet. I think if we fail 75 here, though, I might get stopped out. It depends on how far cat drops, I guess, but I don't think it'll be all that stable against the indexes if they're falling. Are we filling the yesterday gap? Ooh. That'd be weird. I would like that. For a few reasons. But I doubt it. Probably support at 50. I don't if we lose 50-40, short vol is gonna get fucked really hard again. This consolidation is still bullish. Unfortunately. Well, at least on SPX it is. I guess it's a little less bullish on ES. Like it doesn't look so hot there. It looks more like a megaphone. Well, there goes 75. Where do we have support? 60? There's a little call wall at 60. Back here. Oops. This is where they were selling puts earlier. If we break down here, yeah, big move. Okay. Few facts about me. I'm Asian, 5'15", shoe size 10.98. I'm right-handed unless playing with the driver. Make brown facing the tank. Make white before every meal. And only wear condoms while showering. You gotta keep your dangle dirty. Makes sense. I accidentally just bought 10x SPX contracts instead of one. I'm almost fully ported and slightly down. Were they calls? In which case, I'm sorry for your loss. Thick dumpers back on the menu. Yeah, VIX almost at 16. They're trying to reaccumulate their short put positions here at 70. It's super fucking greedy, but they might pull it off. double squeeze? '90s and '95s closing out. No, not really. Maybe a few of the 5100s. Hmm. Yeah, it's mostly unaffected. Fix 16. Mm, 5103.50 is support on futures. SPX doesn't really have any support here. 60. So I want to buy the 75 call on a break of 70. Yeah, that'd be a reversal. Do I have a new problem? Sometimes I play white noise on my phone to help Kernel calm down sleep. Now my Spotify mixes and Discovery Weekly will have an ambient noise tracks. You need to use brown noise. It makes infants like catatonic. What is brown noise? Not what you think. What do you think? You think the Bulls get it back off VIX 16 and rocket it up to 90 again? Yes. There's support at 103. But we're getting really close to like a like a megaphone breakdown. If this doesn't, if this is an unsuccessful bounce, look out below. What's the best way to handle this? So I get the 65 put. Then buy that at 964, 950. No. Selling a fuck ton of vol here. Imagine every time that your short puts get slipped, you can just sell enough to turn the index around. God, that's gotta be awesome. You can never be wrong. Yeah. I do, and I'm tired of pretending that they won't. Meta up or down? What a bold question. Sold off pretty hard today. Reverse head and shoulders. I look for support at like 85 or here at 95. If it reverses off of that and breaks 500, that might be a good entry. If it breaks 85, it's really bearish. Oh, that looks bad. Kind of bearish. Also kind of bearish. Support here is almost non-existent. There is a little bit of support at 60. Dealer is net negative on Delta and Gamma now. On the 0 DTE as well. There's a longer dated call wall at 60. Which I think is what they're trying to leverage here. But if we lose that, that's the last downside support. I mean, they failed to bounce it already. Now they're more likely to get squeezed out of the puts they sold. This is support yesterday. It's not as supportive today, though. 10 mil looks bearish as fuck on SPX. We'll see. I feel like VIX 16's a really big deal after they sold all that fucking Vega over the last 2 days. Isn't USD JPY 155 the no-no zone for the BOJ? It's far more dangerous. Is GME doing an OPEX? Doubt it. XRT's not on Reg Show. GME's up 30 cents. I would hardly call that doing an OPEX. I have to take a dump, but I'm too excited the market may dump and can't look away from my screen. Bring it with you. Might as well just go back to 5,000. Yeah, that would be ideal. Yeah, that's kind of bearish as fuck still. Getting a little delta tacked on here, but it's not enough to reverse this. QQQ's got a little bit stronger of a bounce. Or NQ does. Huh. Feels bouncy. We'll see. It looks weak. That's what it looks like. They're definitely trying to bounce it, but I don't know if they're going to be successful. They failed once already. And they're selling so many fucking puts that if we fail 65 now, those 0 DT puts are going to get squeezed out again, which is going to open up even more downside. So they're packing in quite a lot of risk in an effort to stabilize this, but they don't have a lot of support. The cushion of like positive gamma that helped hold us up yesterday isn't there today. And we're still deeply in like negative gamma delta territory as far as like the SPX like weekly chain goes. And we're still under monthly GN. So the market maker is selling any downside move. Normally I would say consolidation like this is kind of bullish, but it's quite steep. If break down VIX 18, that's only gonna happen if we fucking lose like 50-40. 50-50, 50-40. We got a ways to drop before we see VIX go crazy. But Vega risk is really high. I mean they almost have sold, so they've sold puts to the point where like total like market maker Vega exposure was just like, I think it was like $200 million off of its all-time high, and they did that in 2 days, which is nuts. So we're at the same level we were like a few days ago, right? Like last week, but with $6 billion more Vega exposure. And remember, that's multiplicative on the like IV, right? So it can add a lot of negative delta really, really fast. Vanguard got rid of SPX and NQ? You mean NDX? Weird. Oh, they got rid of like all of the CBOE options, right? Let's fucking go. Yep. Looks like we're gonna have enough momentum to break the call wall at 60 too. And then there's huge piles of puts at 40 and 35, which are picking up quite a lot of delta right now. Stop it. This is getting spicy. Ooh. Okay. Awkward. Still have a little more room we can move down. Not a lot. God, I really want to break 60. Yeah, I mean, they both do, right? What do you mean a little room? We're going to 5,000 level by level, right? Got to break 40, 35. Then yeah, probably. This is so tricky. I hate it when it bounces, but it makes the fall off all the more sweet. I mean, I don't care if it bounces as long as they fail. Yeah. Google refuses to go down. It's so lame when they lock the spread before earnings. Yeah, Google's been resilient as fuck. Its options positioning is super supportive. It fucking handled the big market like correction like a boss. Turns out buying 10x options is a good call. Nice. I'm glad I kept my straddle puts open. I almost closed them earlier too. Oh, there goes the 60 wall. Guess we want to lose like 50, 57, 50. Eh. Let's see. It's official. I'm out of PDT hell. Thank you for all you do. Nice, man. Well done. Congratulations. I really did. Why? Which is why I bought puts yesterday. It held despite the market correction. Someone has huge Google bags at this point. Google got pumped really hard, like back when we started to slip in early March. And it just kept building like more and more positive positioning. So the downside is resilient as fuck. Earnings could cripple it, but otherwise it's gonna be hard to drag that down. Glorpo the Wizard, why not ups? Well, because durables was hot and we failed to break 5100. Also, all the bulls that were in the money ran away. Is there still some upside today, or Bull's getting killed here? We'll see what happens with this. 60 still got a call wall. We broke it, which is good, but we could consolidate here, which would suck. Did you call this the breakdown? Yeah. Banking most of their future on a pivot towards AI. They don't mind holding bags right now. I thought AI was going to kill search. Market's at 4,500. VIX never crosses 20. I really hate that. Did you invent the terminology call wall? No. It's definitely existed for a long time. I learned it from people much older than me. They might not have used it in the same context I do, but similar effect. Is stockade blockade a term you've heard? No, but it rhymes. Hmm. This whole thing's making me really kind of bearish on the entirety of the day. It's not good. We haven't seen prices this low since yesterday. Yeah. We actually held this level through most of yesterday, too, which probably makes it a little bit more important. Have we confirmed a reversal of the reversal? No. If we break through 50-40, then we will, but not yet. Still 20 bucks off. $50.40. Do we get the thing where we double down on winning pits if we see a new low? I'll probably add if we lose this level. I don't know how supportive 50 is gonna be. I mean, I think it's pretty shit, honestly. It's mostly just a big pile of sold puts. They might try harder to defend it, but if we cross it, it's gonna spike vol. Red candles because Jimmy Tizzle's got to drum up the cash to lend Yellen for her fresh new titties fund. Jesus, look at crude oil inventories. Someone's been sneaking into the SPR. This is like an Uno where you both have like 5 reverse cards and you stack them on top of each other. Sure. Explain 2D fruits. They're the fruits harvested from 2D poots. VIX rising on the consolidation seems bearish, right? I mean, it means there's probably some short vol de-risking. When beyond reg show, has it fallen below $6 yet? Oh, what did I do? Not quite. I've already been stepped out, and this madman hasn't even moved his to profitability. Well, because I want this put for the whole way down. Because I burned up all my settled cash scalping options earlier. If I think it's gonna reverse, I'll move my stop up. Not worried about like a big bounce here. I feel like it'd be pretty grindy. Look at how perfect that downtrend is. So you get a breakout, and let me see if this fails. Pretty weak. Trend test. Ooh, fell right back through it, huh? Rough. Goodbye, short puts. Squeeze him. No, squeeze him. GoEV's never going to $1 trillion. Popcorn. What's up, Dork? I only need like 5 more grand to be able to make more money. Okay. You're getting close. DJT seems like it falls on rising markets and rises on falling markets. Why? Short positions, vol exposed. That used to happen with GME too. It's also true of like GoEV. Sometimes beyond. Not right now, but back when it was on Reg Show, it was true of it. I made $40 today, but hey, 2% gain on the port. Nice. Are you out of settle cash already? How the fuck did you get chopped up on this shit? No? Oh, okay. But I only have 300. Oh, because you bought your fucking... You bought the DKNG puts. You'll be happy to know, Dork, that I made $0 off of my my Tesla calls, and I just got stopped out at break even. I could have made $15 a contract though. Did you get stopped at a cat? I gotta go look. I don't know. Yes. Probably not gonna re-enter because of earnings tonight. Even though I expect them to be good, the risk is kind of high. It's an elephant foot. Bye-bye. Glad I got that line locked into place right before it failed. I'm going into a meeting soon. Pray for my spy pits. Alright. Think about maybe set a stop on them before you go or anything? No? Alright. I made $0 on my Netflix, but Spite held through the bounce to negative 60%. Now back to 0. F you, MM. I am the fall now. You held through like a 4% bounce? Ew. What are bulls doing? God, that's embarrassing. Stop it. Earnings is tomorrow morning. I already got stopped out of cat. It's like it's pretty heavily weighted in both the SPX and Dow. If those are falling, I wouldn't fuck with it. Really index exposed and illiquid, which makes the exposure even more significant. Is the market correction from last year off the table since we passed 5,000? I've been gone for a while. What's up, Wessel's Pretzels? No, not off the table. We've already had a bit of a correction here because we dropped like 5%, but we could drop even further. Everything is awesome is how I know you have children. I don't understand. Watch the Lego movie. I've seen the song on YouTube. It perfectly describes our market. The Lego movie was not a kids movie. If 55 breaks, are we likely to test 40? I think if we test 40, we're going to go to 5,000. Yes, this. 500 kids are right here. I mean, that's where I saw the song, was in the Discord. Are there more puts coming in? Has OI changed? Gamma's still pretty flat down to 40. I wouldn't say it's changed that much. But short puts are getting just fisted right now. I'm not sure how much 50-50 matters. 50-50's just got a bunch of puts. Like, on the longer dated chain, there's just a bunch of negative gamma there. That was weird. So this is the breakout. Let's see if this fails. Like the last 3 attempts. This could retest on ES, right? Which would be, yeah, so support ES 5092. This is kind of the last line of support for ES too. And then there's really no support till we get down here. Which is like a $30 drop. I would say that be prepared that this could do kind of that. Although it may not. You could just end up with like, is that flat? Something like that. Even that. We'll see if that fails. I would say that's more likely. VIX pushing back to 16. Aggressive vol shorting. Might not be enough. If this breaks up, then there's resistance at the... I guess I could just draw both. There's also resistance here. QEV about to rip to 32. You mean 320? Any more data today? There's auctions. There's an FRN auction right now. And then there's a 5-year auction at 1 o'clock. Hmm. We're in at 0.15. What's the bid to cover? Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. So the spread was 0.15. I can't find the fucking auction. Ah, here we go. 2-year FRN, allotted at high, 35.37%, so not a lot. Remember, these are inverse the regular demand, so you don't want to tail on them. Median discount margin, issue date, April 30th. Tendered 99 billion, accepted 30 billion. Soma 142 billion, 142 million. Primary dealer took the, not the majority, but took a lot. Direct bidder at 300 mil, and then indirect at 18 mil. Yeah, the FRN's not so hot. You're gonna get stopped out? No, I'm not. Wait, am I? No, I'm not gonna get stopped out. It's almost like no one wants our shitty debt. Well, it's more that the bond market doesn't expect. The bond market's expecting maybe rates to go higher. Which is interesting. Does your green, yellow, red tips chart work on any stock, or just the ones you set it up on? I have to set it up. I think we fail 5068 and continue back down. It's possible. I'd definitely be like us to be lower approaching the 5-year auction if that's going to be the deciding or like the tipping point for today. Even with this bounce, bulls are still in a really weak position, but they have secured the 60 call wall. So they may keep trying to leverage short vol here. Fortunately, the FRN wasn't very bullish, so that's not going to help them out. The 5-year is not up too much today, 4.669. Well, I wonder if they reversed enough of the downside momentum. Maybe not. That still looks really bad. We retest the trend on futures yet? Yeah, so this, if this fails, that's kind of important. We'll see. Could even go right here. Pin it to the volume. Although I think the lower one's more accurate. Is this 15-minute? Yeah. Rocket back up? No, I don't think so. I mean, it's kind of like what I said before. Like we can bounce and then fail the test. This is still more likely than breaking out. But 5100 is important here. Well, 5103, I guess. I think I'm gonna go long, add some more gold today. Let's see how much of an impact that had on rate cut expectations. Like none. I love how no one gives a shit about 20 bill and the floating rate. Totally doesn't matter if the bond market thinks the Fed's not going to cut. How I yearn for the days when I was free and able to roam the tinfoil meadows as an intellectual child. Don't worry, Doric, we can still have fun. Let the meatball hit the floor. Starting to sink below the sauce, that's for sure. That was fast for once. Yeah, because all the short puts pulled back at the same time. VIX is still lower than it was on our last low test, though. That's bearish as fuck if this breaks down. Oop. Oh. Hello. So you remember that range I said on futures that had no support? We're in it. Oh, I forgot to put a hole in the line. Son of a bitch. Hold on, I'll fix it. Please, I fixed it. Relax. Gap down. Ladies and gentlemen, please make sure that your seat backs and tray tables are in their full upright positions. Make sure your seatbelt is securely fastened
and all carry-on luggage is stowed underneath a seat in front of you or in the overhead bins above. Thanks, Twat Waffle. Tyler, give him a shout out. Was that too bearish? Should I have not said anything? I don't know if that's the equivalent of the bear song. It's just like a weird head and shoulders, right? Play the bear song. I exited my pets. You have no settled cash? Who? Play the bear song. Exit my pets. Hold on. Thank you, Daniel. Congrats, man. The power of the V compels you. We'll see. What if there are no bulls? What if there's only profit takers? And then new put buyers? Hmm. There, there really is a head and shoulders. it's angled very steeply. This must be what girls feel like when somebody pulls out a curvy one. They're like, hmm. Sorry, Kendra set me off today. I know I'm being inappropriate. And then the Keymaster finds the Gatekeeper. Have you been watching Pagemaster with Macaulay Culkin and Sean Connery? Was Sean Connery in that? I can't remember. Maybe that was Dragonheart. Ghostbusters. Why has Hollywood never made another movie as good as Who Framed Roger Rabbit? Jessica Rabbit helped me become a man. How old are you? Cool World? That movie sucked. Yeah. Best Sean Connery was Hunt for Red October, or maybe Spy with the Golden Gun. Did you forget about The Rock? And it's man, it's also it's Goldfinger anyway. I don't think he was in Man with the Golden Gun. Was he? Lola Bunny is Jessica and Roger's kids. You need to stay off the Rule 32 subreddits, man. 34. Rule 34. Clearly forgot about Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade. Okay, that's also amazing. Golden Gun was Roger Moore. Yeah. Zardoz is Pete Connery. Have you guys ever read the James Bond books by Ian Fleming? I know you can't. I'm not asking you, Popcorn Trader. Is this the last bastion of stability for the Bulls? I'm not sure it's that stable. There's some profit taking here on the put side, which is a bit annoying, but I don't think there's a ton of stability here. This 50-50 is like a put wall. There's no support on futures here at all. We might get some consolidation, which I think I'm okay with. I think it was really funny how the Bulls got their hopes up for the FRN auction, and then it was shit. That's the kind of stuff that I like to see happen. You know, bad market data, and then the market goes down. Makes me feel normal again. I want AI Sean Connery to read them to me. That would be a good use of AI. Best Connery Bond was Dr. No. That was a good movie. Are they actually legit? The Bond books? Yeah. But if once you read them, you'll realize that Daniel Craig is the only accurate Bond. Unfortunately, because he's a psychopath. James Bond he's not a good guy at all. Yeah, he's like a womanizing narcissist with like borderline personality disorder. He's also just a murderer. Like does he trade stocks all day? So my first wife was James Bond. Yeah, I do know. Well, Fleming wasn't really James Bond, but he was a spy. I had a friend in prison that read all the Sherlock Holmes books because they were public domain on the Gutenberg press site. I've read them all too. They're great. Yeah, I think you're right. Christopher Lee was the inspiration for Bond. Or I don't know, I read something about that too. It might have been not true, but my favorite one was when the Mormons were villains. Thoughts on the series Archer? Phenomenal. Also, rip Jessica Walter. She was something. Who's Jessica Walter? The mom from Arrested Development, or she was also Mallory Archer in Archer. Most recently, I mean, she has a like massive filmography, but Lucille Bluth is Mallory Archer. Yep. Should I be wasting money on a call hedge here? It's not invalid. That was a weird little gap up. Did I get stopped out? No. Oh yeah, I did. Lame. Do you have any day trades left? I think I don't have any day trades at all this week. No. Fucker. I mean, 50 isn't very supportive. It's just a big pile of puts.
this is what I'm going to do. The fuck is this? Oh. Hmm. Hmm. So we're looking for a failure on this. I can go short. QQQ 425. Why isn't that working? Son of a bitch. Hmm. One second. The fuck? Oh, son of a fucking bitch. TikTok is banned. Awesome. Huh. Okay. Hmm. If we lose 50, are they going to try and reverse at every level or rush for the exits? There's a shitload of puts at 40 and 35 on the 0 DTE. So it can get pretty ugly. Vol's picking up quite a bit. Although we are getting closer to the 5-year. That would be, I think, the thing that could turn this around. Would be like the 5-year auction. Especially because the 5-year's already up like 78 BPS today. Dollar's creeping back towards 106. It's a 105.91 now. Is GoEV dead? I don't know. They've been shorting it all day, but the price hasn't really gone down much. Like, they started shorting the fuck out of it this morning in the pre-market. They reversed the crossover on the tips again, but price is flat. Still on reg show. How much downside do you see, Gherk? I mean, all of this is possible. It could take a while, but it's possible.
Although that would still put us in a very bullish position long term, right? This is like a diamond bottom, so like another test here or at like 50.44 could reverse back up to like 52.20. But maybe diamond bottoms fail same like diamond tops. Nice try. It wasn't a giant red arrow. It's like some dollars. It was a red arrow. It's not giant. It's like 65 or $25. It was thick, yeah. But that's basically like a SPX 50 50 test right around there. I was you know, it does look really bearish. NQ. And I know you're thinking like, oh, that's a like reverse head and shoulders, but it failed. No, I was thinking diamond middle. So this is what I did to solve my out of settled cash problem. I just took a bunch of money out of the margin account and transferred it over to the cash account. And then tomorrow, when I have day trades again, I can just transfer it back. That's so convenient. How long does that take? Like 5 minutes? Yeah, it's instant. Feels like cheating. Yeah, it does. This is getting boring. A little bit. But we're consolidating, right? As long as it's not from your overdrawn bank account. Yeah, I just want to say everybody needs to stop gambling with overdrawn bank accounts. And what was the other one I saw this week? Oh, cash withdraw from your credit cards. Cobra. Unsubbed. What about payday loans? Yeah, that's been one too. On iBorrow Desk, there's 500 GoEV shares with a 250% rate. Well, I wish they'd short them already. So NQ already lost. Well, it's at 17.6. But if it loses 17.6, it's going to get extraordinarily spicy. Should my stop be in these? I should have one, right? No. $86. And then I'll add to them on a break of 120. Right. Is NQ gonna lose 17.6? It might. I just go to the Mafia. I still have 9 fingers and 8 toes. Don't forget 2 knees. Hey Greek, you got them spicy eyebrows again? It's cool. I'm just letting you know it shows. Thanks. Untamed eyebrow connoisseur. Break below 50-50. It's actually not the 50-50 that's the problem. It's the complete lack of any open interest at 50-55. Hmm. I really want to lose this level before the auction. I don't have asthma. I have weird sinuses, but I don't have asthma. Which means we're not going to lose this level before the auction. Yeah, probably. If the 5 years up already, then likely we don't have a tail. Not necessarily. The FRN was really bad. I used to have asthma when I was like a little kid, but I never had, like, not after the age of 7. I'm sick. I have a cold. According to the test I got last night. It's not RSV, COVID, or influenza. I don't feel that bad. It's not like a very bad cold, but it's just like shitty. Maybe it's bird flu. Trading good on SPX all day to see Go EV, keeping my port from showing gains, makes my PP soft. I'm sorry about your soft PP. Do you live in a bubble? If not, you should. You're constantly ill. I haven't been sick for months. The last time I was sick was Jan OPEX. Allergies? I get cold-like symptoms. I don't think it's allergies. It could be. Doctor just seemed to think it was a cold. Do you relate everything in your life to market events? Yeah. It's a great way to keep track. You guys just don't get sick because you like live in the middle of fucking nowhere. You see the same 7 people every day. Unless you have children, in which case they come home and get you sick all the time. Seems 6 people, but yes. We moved a lot as a kid, so which house the memory was from helped me know which year range it was in. Nice. I moved like every year as a kid. So, I don't have any, I don't remember most of the houses. You don't sleep enough, and you need more sun on your taint. Medical advice. Damn it. Do I need to forward you my records? I do. I leave my apartment like every day. What the fuck are you talking about? Why is everyone convinced I never leave my house? You know what it was? It was because the stream started during COVID. I'm a social butterfly. What's the strike and delta of your social butterfly? I don't have an Instagram. Tinder doesn't count. I only leave my house for Tinder if that's like a requirement. Stop giving me medical advice, Maeve. I've yet to see a convincing video of a centaur on the subway. So that's why I don't believe you leave your apartment. Well, like all mythical beasts, I simply carry around like a small cask of radioactive material, so I can't be properly filmed without the footage getting grainy. Always be generating alpha. ABGA. I'm just glad Tinder wasn't around when I was younger. Also, I'm just so fucking jealous. It's man's greatest invention. I said alpha, Cornub, didn't I? Don't explain the joke, you son of a bitch. Not woman's greatest invention. The inventor of Tinder, or founder of Tinder, was Sean Rad. And Joe Munoz. Two, both, I assume men. What's Tinder like for you guys in your late 30s, 40s? Mid, first of all. Um, it comes with a lot more people that want to move in with me. I'll be honest, dating was better when I was like, "Oh, I'm a broke student." And girls were like, "Ew." Now they're like, "Oh, you have like a 2-bedroom apartment. How do you feel about kids?" Fuck you, Dave. I'm not 39. Also, you said you unsubbed. I've tried Hinge, but you get some weirdos on there, which can be fun. But Just get one of those mail order brides. I've been shopping in Brazil. This quarter, I don't need to worry about it, but next quarter is still up in the air. The political situation there is very tenuous. Well, if it comes between my aversion to being married and my PBR dividends, ooh, PAX dividends now too, I'm gonna choose the latter. I unsubbed and then resubbed. You did. I saw that. You're older than me, and you knocked me for being turned on by Jessica Rabbit. I mean, you said she helped you become a man, and I assume that you were. If you're younger than me, you were like what, 2 when that movie came out? Which is way too young to become a man. Bernie Sanders starting an inquiry into the cost of Wegovy. We're all going to be thin next year. When someone unsubs and resubs, do they pay twice? I don't know. I don't think so. If you marry a Brazilian, the stream dies because she wouldn't let you. What? That's ridiculous. Now I just need VIX 18 and I'll be fully torqued. Oh yeah, how's your soft penis doing? Also, a piece of advice, look for Brazilian women in Portugal in the spring. Ugh. I don't want to go there. I don't want to listen as people speak Portuguese. Could the 5-year bring about pumps? Yeah, it could. When the QQQ options are there, that means no more settled cash. I mean, I still have settled cash. You don't understand. I need to marry a Brazilian national, Grant. It's not, there's not options. AEM and NEM have earnings this week. Would that affect Barrick as gold as a sympathy play? It could, yeah. I wish I had a Brazilian dollars in my port. It's not that much money. That's like $23,000. Tesla is now well below GN. Do you think May 3 put is safe play? Do you think bulls try again to get out from long-term downtrend? Or that it goes lower over the next week or so? Yeah, it broke back down through 60. I mean, you can short here, but you need to have a stop. It's still risky. If the market turns around today, there's still enough bullish positioning that it could move up to test gamma neutral. I think Coinbase will crush earnings. I calculated the total volume of just the top 5 coins from quarter 1 on TradingView and multiplied it by their fees, they're not taking into account the huge fab altcoin volume. Possibly, but I mean, if they beat on their earnings and Bitcoin's falling, they're still not going to do well, right? Did they pull all their contracts at 5090, 5100? No, not all of them. There's still quite a lot of. It's 95 and 5100, but there's still a lot of them. Yeah, I don't feel like consolidation here is getting more bullish. Still looks like shit on the longer time frames. VIX isn't going down. I calculate the value that Coinbase should be trading at. It's 0. Did you mention PAX? Seems like a good buy-in price, no? I picked up some like last week. I don't know what it's trading at today. Give me a second. I don't know. I'm kind of drawn to the 1330 level that I bought in at last time. I would also be a buyer at 1280. I don't know if I'd. I mean, 1388's not bad if you're considering like long-term valuation, but because of the yield, it really benefits to get a cheap cost basis, right? Because you keep your yield on cost way while your cost is way down, so your yield on cost is really good. Hmm. Could you put some more red candles on that chart? Working on it. It's okay, but my wife doesn't agree. With what? The O'Reilly ticker under which the O'Reilly owl trades? Is 50 looking likely to fail? Well, we're already below it, but it's not very support. Like I said before, it's not very supportive. Most of the support that we got here was simply a lack of like options interest. There's just not a lot of positioning at like 50-55 at all. It's just like no OI there, and so it makes the range kind of bouncy because whenever someone positions, it'll pull up or down on spot. But 50-50 is just put heavy. It's like very put heavy. So it's going to suck price to it. It's just not going to push price down. Not until we break away from it. And then once those puts go in the money, or deeper in the money, they'll start packing on delta.
I like suck. Oh, what a terrible sentence. Are you hoping for the PAX options chain to get more OI? I don't give a shit. Seems hard to sell covered calls against. Sure. Yeah. You can sell CSPs though. Como te vas not racist? That's why you're the boss. Thanks, pronouns are Bill Bear. I mean, it's got like an 8% dividend, right? Almost. Down at 1330, it's almost 8%. So you don't need to sell covered calls against it. Like, sure, if there's an opportunity, why not? But T's price is all over the place. Is this going to be like one of those days where everyone just asks me about dividend stocks? It had a little bit of a reaction to earnings this morning, but they were good. Did you look at them? Revenues like barely missed. It was a tiny miss on revenues, and EPS was up. Cash flows looked good. I'm still on drip till it hits 18. I did not add more on the most recent drop though. I wanted to add some at like 1550, but we just never got there. Gork stocks, am I right? Yeah, you are. Is it 20 or 5% yet? No. No. 4.897. Glorp SCHD is green. What, dude? I hate that fucking ETF so much. I have 11 shares. Is that 1100? It's a fraction, Gork? Okay. I don't care about your holdings. Lost your gun. What percentage of your port would you say T is, or its category? It's in utilities. It's a utility company. Telecom / utilities. I don't know what percentage it is. Like, very low. I don't know. Maybe. I'd have to do the math. Less than 1. Although thanks to drip, it's growing. I have like 3,400 shares now.
34,000 shares. So it's like, yeah, that's not a lot. What's your largest non-play holding? Are equities even the majority? No. 3 and 6 month bills by a long shot. I have more money in 3 and 6 month treasuries than I have in literally anything else combined. That's like 70% of my port. I have some 2 years also. Gherk looked up fucking Kazoo instead of my divvy stack. What divvy stack? Doesn't that hurt if interest rates rise? No, they're 3 and 6 month bills. Who gives a shit? It's just like self-managed money market. I'm just not paying the fees. AWI? I feel like I looked at that when you asked. Ew, this isn't a dividend stock. Its payout ratio is 20%. Oh yeah, this is the wall. I asked you what a wall system was, and you never told me. I would assume that they're probably heavily exposed to growth in the home construction sector. Eh. Also, the dividend's less than 1%. I don't think you can call that a dividend stock. You start with a floor and a ceiling, and then you build your wall system in between them. That's just drywall. Acoustic wall panels for conference rooms, lobbies, and meeting rooms. But all of that happens on Zoom now. By 3 month treasuries, do you mean SGov? No, I mean literal treasuries. Not, yeah. See this, or I'm super soaker. Oh, look at me, I have dry walls and no mold anymore. I know, coming up. Probably just a pump before the auction. Which means I want to pull back my stop a little bit. Because I can take the hit. But it also means that I want to buy 5 more on a break of... There we go. This is the worst breakdown ever. I know. What did I do with the weird little line? Alright, they've shorted vol into the auction again. The bulls are kind of desperate. What's the mod you use? It's single mesh. Some apprentice on the job site I'm on just got caught tugging the pork sword in a porta potty. Did someone push the porta potty over? Any good typewriter companies to invest in? I want to get in early. I'm looking at this as a post-correction play. Okay, I could see that. When rates come down? Well, when mortgage prices come down, like mortgage rates come down, right? But if they're exposed to like CR, like commercial real estate and like offices and stuff, that doesn't sound as good. Like if it was just drywall, awesome. But I don't really think corporate environments are on the uptick, maybe ever again. Who calls it a pork sword? That guy. No, the supervisor said, seen the thing shaking for a short while, stopped shaking, and the kid walked out. Maybe he's got palsy or something. Maybe he shakes when he poops. What's next? Gypsum futures. Ooh. Do you think a hot GDP print for tomorrow could cause the bulls to resume pumping? Yeah, it could. I don't know what the reaction from the market's going to be if GDP is hot. That was a huge move on that contract. Maybe this is the wrong contract into the end of the day. No. It's the right one, but it's going to get very cheap if this keeps moving up. Trying to get VIX back to 16 in the next 2 minutes? That seems unlikely. Yeah, that was a big chunk of bull juice. Let's see. Back to the call wall. So this could keep going.
No, that's not bad. Let's see what this looks like. Fed bids 333.6 million. Note yield before auction 6.55. Ooh, it printed a tail. Rough. Yeah, 6.55 or 4.655. High yield at auction was 4.659. So 4 points. Bid to cover was 2.39. So really shitty. Might get a little blow off before the bearish positioning takes over, so be careful with the chop on entries. But that's not good. The delta's already starting to fall off.
Bastards. So vol's gonna turn around here. That looks bad. All right. What if bulls just pump here? They could still to like 60, 62, but I'm not particularly worried about it. Hmm. $54. We should be absolutely dumping right now. No, repositioning and pulling back short vol at the 60 strike. So we should absolutely be chopping right now because bulls didn't get the outcome that they pumped it for, right? So they pumped up here, but now they need to get out of the positions before it collapses, which generally means a lot of chop. We said we go to 60, 62. Not confident in the bulls above that, or might not even get there. The only benefit they have here is that there's just no options at 55. So we may dump once the chop runs out. I think so. Yeah. I'm gonna need you to bankrupt DKNG in the next 24 hours for me. Thanks. Didn't you buy Leap puts? End of day prediction for SPX. Might get down to like 50, 40. I don't think they're going to give up that level before GDP. Or we may test it and then bounce off it back to like 50, and they'll try to stabilize at 50. Anyway. No. All right, so they're short puts at 55 and 50. Gap. Even if futures pushed to test 5100, I still haven't tested it yet. Though it still falls short of the trend. Well, unless they push in the next 2 minutes.
All right, I think that line I just drew is the confirm for a breakdown. Should be there, and then again at probably just at 50. I don't know what the importance of this $52 one is, but it's old. Glad you muted for the past 20 minutes. Nice. Where does the MM want us to close today? Like 50.75. For now. It's still very early. We have 3 more hours. Almost 2 hours and 45 minutes. We have Mag 7 earnings tonight, which is why I think we could pump into close. Don't we? We have who's tonight? Meta, right? Or no. Tonight, yeah, tonight's Meta, IBM, AT&T. Or no, AT&T was this morning. Is Boeing tonight? Or was that earlier today? BA was this morning. Oof. They beat, but their earnings were still shit. Let me see something here. What? Why is Gary V MOASSing? It's like almost back to $3. That's a higher test than I wanted to see. Cut. Go long. What's going on with yields? 5 years push back down below the auction. That still looks pretty bad. ES just tested the trend, like the long-term trend. And, or well, I guess it's not that long-term, but I just tested the trend at 5,100. Just shy of 5,100. A move to 66 would be the ES test of the actual like long-term resistance, which is at 103. 275. Around there. Oh, getting rejected.
No, but futures buyers push for that resistance really hard. DM. What do you got? Oh, thanks. 326. Probably only need 293 and 326, but thank you. Yeah.
Support at 60. Alright, so that failed. Testing again. There's still like $3 more a range for it to wick. 8 more minutes. That. Still pushing. That's resistance. Oops. What's on the video puts here? Risky, it's still above GN. So it could, I mean, you can get them, but it can bounce. Just remember that it can bounce really hard, really fast. Netflix now down 4% today. Microsoft's holding up. Meta's down almost 1%. Amazon doing 1.5. Apple's still just chopping. Tesla's holding 160. Do you think we're done with downside? No. I think this can still fail.
Like if we break 103 on futures, then yeah, sure. There's the test. We're declining volume into this too, though. They should be at a point now where they can save most of their underwater short vol. I don't see what advantage there is to levering up more. There's no calls. 65 is a put wall. It's not enough calls at 70. There's put walls all the way up to 75 on the 0 GTE. So the initial test rejected. We still haven't really failed on the 5-minute yet. Almost. Two. Three.
Son of a bitch. Oh, they got the breakout. That's a reversal. Fucking cocksuckers. No more downs? Or not necessarily, but probably some more ups before them. We should be able to test 75 now, at least. Oh, that's boring as shit. I got the VWAP test on QQQ. We could still fail VWAP on ES. But they did get the breakout, so. I think I'd wait to confirm a breakdown back below ES 5100 before entering anything. Like, I wouldn't play the short side from here. USD JPY exploded. That was a decent amount of leverage. To push through that. Worse yet, they squeezed out the bears that came in on the shitty auction. That's not how the market works. Downs aren't dead. We're, like, what the fuck? Why do you guys ask that question? we're still in like a massively negative gamma and delta environment. Ah, oh, Jesus Christ. Just set a fucking stop on your puts. Buy a call. I just want you to tell me that the putties can't hurt me. They can. Still, though, these bulls are the worst. Yeah, they suck, but it's what it is, right? Hmm. Oh my god. 10x or nothing. None of this bullshit 20 to 30% profit. They've got dealer delta just above positive here. So we're right back where the MM wanted to be. The question is if we can hold it or not. If we can, then they could push up into the end of the day. If they can't, then we can fall right back to 50-50. Probably with less resistance than last time around.
because they've leveraged up short vol even more. Generally, in a position like this, I believe you would straddle. This is just exactly what it looks like on the 1 hour. Who thinks we saw the top of BTC already? What's possible? I think the halving was priced in. To be honest, people should have gotten stopped out of their puts at 55 or 60. That's just greed. I set my stop at 60 too, but that seemed reasonable for them pushing up after the auction. I figured if they got above that, it was gonna not be good to keep holding the puts. It's still really early in the day, though. How long until Godzilla saves the yen? I kind of want to. How much is Fixie at? I kind of want to go long Fixie. Isn't the decision tonight? See if I can blow up $500. Tomorrow night. Yeah. If GDP is strong, dollar will go up, so I'll push Fixie down even more. Yeah, I'll wait. Yes, broke VWAP. It's clear of it. Next resistance is at 51.15. NQ still at resistance? Hold on. Is it though? $17,675. So we can reject here, consolidate, and then move back up. $16.37. Fuck, I gotta wait. Can't go long just yet. Back 425. Tails are always bullish. No, they're not. It wasn't even bullish. It was just that bears came in and they didn't come in hard enough, and bulls squeezed them out. Well, you didn't put /s, so, you know. Once again, stop losses and bulls have killed me. Let's see. Yeah, can I pick up the call here? Stop. 69. Jesus. Delta's still coming in. 75's resistance, but I think we can clear it. Huh. And the ES reversal's already confirmed. If NQ gets above like 17.7 here, then we're gonna rip. Still trying to play cap before earnings. Yep, the clowns are back. Hey, Greg, back. I missed NVIDIA exit opportunity 12:30. Do you think I'll have another shot today before 800? On the long side? Correction, I just played cap before earnings. Was a firm ever a pickles pick? I think once, maybe. I think I shorted it one time. It probably wasn't that long ago. shorted it or sold calls on it. I don't remember. Might have been both. What am I worried about going long here? I don't think this gets rugged, right? They fought way too hard. Gap fill to the downside? That would suck. But there's calls at 80, right? We still have call positioning at 80. Yeah. Oh, son of a bitch. Market Bears getting wrecked by bulls under GN. Come on, Bears. Because Gamma's flat, and bulls were able to leverage it back up above where the market maker is positive Gamma on the 0 DTE. Okay, that's nice. Another confirmation here at 80. So I've been flat here since 50-50, but who else could be doing this nonsense other than banks? It's pretty expensive. I would imagine that the short vol. I mean, it's. I think it's very obvious at this point that the short vol position is very, very well capitalized, and there's not that many market participants with that kind of leverage. I wonder how everyone is so bearish in a bull market. Ought to be silly. Idiotic. What's the upside resistance so I can try a call? Well, there's still a put wall at 90 from earlier this morning. And that's not on the 0 DTE, so it's got a little bit of delta. But there's still calls at 95 and 5100. A lot less than there were earlier, but they could refill. Especially because they're so cheap right now. So the MM doesn't, they don't become a net seller until you fall, until charm is negative, right? They're a seller on weakness and a buyer on strength. Gamma neutral, below gamma neutral, but above delta neutral. You tend to have like very wide price action that increases volatility. And then below delta neutral, when the market drops, the MM is picking up negative delta. So the positions that they enter are suppressive. And so you get more of a push. Well, you get more downside stability under DN. So like GN, you get very wide chop. Hold on. Because the market maker is buying the ups and the downs, right? But then below here, the market maker starts shedding positive delta. So it makes it harder for the price to bounce back up. Right? Whereas here it's it's very easy, like under GN. It's very easy for the price to move back to the upside, right? But under DN, once they start dumping that delta, it's very hard to turn that around. It requires a lot more leverage on the buy side in order to shift that momentum. And then if you fall under charm, which is usually way further down, and charm's net negative, then the MM's just selling as time progresses, right? So they're below, like once charm's negative, which can happen in a multiple number of ways. You don't necessarily have to be below delta neutral for charm to be negative, but they're just selling delta with the passage of time. Well, below delta neutral, the MM is going longer negative delta, right? And then on the very, very rare occasion that the market gets into a position where the MM needs to go long Vana, which can also happen. Then the MM needs to buy short dated, like at the money puts. So like they basically start buying 0 DTE puts to hedge their volatility risk as volatility increases, and that creates crazy downside moves. No problem. Is this breaking down? It doesn't look like it. No. It looks like they're going to try to leverage it up and push into the 50-90 put wall. It almost slipped a little bit there, but they recovered. I stopped crying and bought calls. Awesome. Is 5100 possible? Yeah. Yeah, I would say so. From here it is. If we fall back under 70, maybe not. But if we can hold here and bulls can build up some positioning at 85, 90, then yeah, I think like a test of 5100 is. The out of the money shit from earlier today, last night, like the 50, 105, 10, 15 ramp, that's kind of gone. That might not build back up again. U.S. banks playing chicken race with the BOJ. I wonder who will win. One Japanese skinny boy versus 200 thick U.S. bank CEOs. Dixie flat, JPY parabolic. I know, I'm watching it. They leveraged the shit up out of the carry trade today. The amount of like the correlation between like USD JPY swap, like the synth swap and short vol is scary. Like they're directly leveraging short vol, or like they're leveraging the yen to short volatility. I don't know if it's quite 1-to-1, but it's very close. I'd have to do the analysis on it. which I suppose we could do. Tricky, but we could. I mean, you can see it out here on like the 15-minute, right? At what point does doing the carry trade get cut off because of leverage ratios? Well, as long as dollar can keep going up, they'll keep shorting the yen. Like the spread's getting wider right now, not narrower. And so if something collapses the spread, the leverage ratios would be a risk. I mean, the all-time high, like for the, or I think the all-time high that we've clocked was 893, 893%, and that was also the high in 2007 and in October of 2023. And I think back in 2007, this is when let's see, June 2007. Is that right? Yeah, June 2007, subprime lenders began to file for bankruptcy. Who are the big hedge funds that went down there? It was the two Bear Stearns funds. So that's when they got bailed out. The like British Bank and the Bank of England, or Northern Rock, and the two Bear Stearns funds collapsed there. So I would say that that's probably somewhere near like the maximum leverage ratio for the that can be like kind of squeezed out of the carry trade. But then, you know, the liquidity came in and, you know, like they did that first round of bailouts there. And then, you know, that's kind of what we saw in March, right? If we go back to our time. Um, After March, when the banks started to fail, we see the carry trade leverage skyrocket, right? And then right before the 10-year hit 5%, which would have probably collapsed several regional banks back here in October, the Fed pivoted and the Fed and the Treasury pivoted, right? But we're very close to that again. I mean, we're only 33% off. Will Honda and Toyota introducing solid state battery be the catalyst for world economic collapse? I mean, Japanese multinationals benefit from a weak yen, right? So it means another pivot bailout is coming, but it may not come fast enough, right? Is the first rate cut when we reach that peak again? If it is, it'll cause a market crash, right? Because they'll blow up this. They can't cut rates. It'll make too many banks fail. The amount of confidence in the Bank of Japan not doing anything is because they're probably acutely aware of the risk presented, right? Rate cuts into inflation, cute. I mean, it's not just the inflation, right? You collapse the spread, so all of that leverage goes underwater because the yen rockets and squeezes out the shorts. Does that mean we can predict they won't cut rates by looking at the carry trade? It makes it pretty unlikely. It also makes it pretty unlikely that Japan will raise rates. Excuse me. Is this gonna fail here? That would be pathetic. A pretty hard rejection on futures 51.15. But still just an inverse head and shoulders. So maybe small pullback, like 70. Then push up into power hour. Bulls should be stable here unless delta slips. And that won't happen unless we fall below 50.72. Where's that at? 50.68. To fill that gap though. Alright, so if it fails 50.68, bearish. Leave that one there. It's kind of accurate. That one. If it holds that, that's bullish. Okay, so if it holds, if it holds here, like that, that's pretty bullish. If it fails here, that's not bearish. Unless it fails 68, and that would be bearish again. Oh, shit. You guys can't see what I'm drawing. Alright, there. So, if we find support here, bullish. If we fail, this is still bullish. Unless we fail below. This is bullish, but later. And this would be bearish. I forgot to move my stop while I was running that shit. God damn. Son of a bitch. Did they deleverage up here or something? They could, right? So if this starts to fail, and we lose 68, they may start pulling back the short puts that they sold into and after the auction. And if they start to pull those short puts back, we can drop and vol will spike. It was only like $15 a contract. It's not a big deal. Bank of Japan will choose their own economy. US debt is quickly becoming a risky bet. That's not just the economics of it, right? They need the political and regional military support from the US as well. Japan simply isn't that militarized. And without the US backing them, should they lose that due to their decisions, right? They could ooh, we're moving to test 68 real quick. Stop. VIX is shooting back up. This is interesting. 70, it could stop. Oh. Same price it was earlier. I'll get back to like 140, maybe like 100% if it hits. Yeah, still bullish if they hold that 68 level. Bulls are fighting back to keep delta positive. So they're closing short calls on the test. Let's see how far that pushes us up. Wow, that was a lot of volume. This shit is crazy. There's so much fucking money flying around. God, I love the SPX. Yeah, it's just, I mean, it's short calls, right? They pulled back all the short calls. Bought to close. And then we'll see if leverage into long calls pushes us back above 75. If it doesn't, we could fail again. Contract volume's high. What fucking volume are you looking at? If I had more settled cash, today would have been great. Fail, 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 please. We'll see. You holding a bunch of dead pets? Held them all the way to the top. You just on turning all this knowledge into better trading. What about like dealer positioning? I mean, it informs your decision making, right? You still have to manage risk and stuff because most outcomes are, not most outcomes are not guaranteed, right? Sometimes you run into them. There are occasions where you have an outcome that has extremely high probability, right? But most of them, fluctuate around like 60, 40, 55, 45. But understanding how the dealer's positioned can shift those odds significantly in your favor. You're still thinking dumps into the end of the week. It's super data dependent. But we could, yeah. I mean, if the data doesn't come in the way the Bulls need it to, which, I mean, basically the Bulls need the Fed to cut rates, right, in order to maintain their. Not that that's actually bullish, but in order to maintain the case for their buying, they need the implication that the Fed will cut orders or cut rates. They don't actually want the Fed to cut rates because if the market's pricing in the Fed cutting rates, they're going to loosen financial conditions, which improves leverage, right? I mean, for the Bulls, well, GDP is tricky, and here's the reason. If GDP is hot, that means companies are doing really well, right? That's going to improve earnings expectations over the next few weeks. Like the expectation will be that everyone's doing better, higher revenues, more EPS. But at the same time, due to the rising inflation, hot GDP also means that inflation is probably going up just as fast, if not faster. So, which way the market's going to lean into that initially versus over time, I would say that a hot GDP print we could see just immediate upside off of it, right? Because GDP's up, right? That's bullish. But that really depends on how rapidly the bond market responds to the rise in inflation expectations. We lost 68. BA debt cut by Moody's. Ooh. It's like they literally have infinite money. Well, it's not infinite money. It's nigh infinite leverage. And by pushing into the carry trade, you're basically like you could take like $100 and use it to buy $1,000 worth of equities while profiting off of the spread. Next level that's important is 62. 62 to 60. all of those levels where they sold the puts, right? So 60, like here, 55, 50. Every one of those represents an opportunity to squeeze out more and more puts, right? But each test also offers an opportunity for a reversal, so consider your stops. Who's gonna margin call the banks themselves? Ha! The Fed. Well, that's kind of like the Fed's job, sort of. They have counterparty risk, and their counterparties would margin call them in reality. But I mean, at a grand scale, I mean, the Fed and FDIC. GDP tomorrow, PCE Friday. Yep, both in the pre-market. Delta on the zero DT is just negative here, so it's like we might. We could still recover here. I don't think we've really fallen away from it that much, but it is negative, so the chance of downs is increased. Also, we're still squeezing off those short puts a bit. Too, when currencies make shitcoins like that, and currency swaps blow up. I'm already long yen. I mean, I'm not short dollar, but I probably will be before the FOMC meeting. Risky, though. Maybe, well, I'll see what PCE looks like and then make a decision on whether I'm going to short dollar into the FOMC meeting or later this year. Although PCE should kind of be a given. It's just hot, but gas prices were rising still last month, quite a lot. So March may be a little bit hotter than expected. Especially the super core, right? Also, I don't think housing's gotten any cheaper at all. If anything, it's gotten more expensive, and that was the other thing that was really weighing on the Fed's decision. Is your real name an anagram of Gherkin? What's an anagram of Gherkin? Oh. Her king? Larry Fink? Cringe? Nice. Eddie? What's not an anagram of Gherkin, you fools? Oh, what is not? When everything normalizes so we can have some healthy below trend growth for a couple of decades. Like, could be less than a couple of decades. 5 to 10 years. Kurgan, better to burn out than to fade away. True. If SPX ends the day green, I'm rage quitting till 9:30 a.m. tomorrow. We're not out of the woods yet. I don't think the market will ever go back to normal as long as the shortfall trade is a thing. They will abuse it forever till it blows up. No, shortfall will just always be abused, and the abuse of shortfall will always lead to it blowing up. That's just a dynamic of the market for probably the rest of our lives. Yeah, it's always going to be abused. So the market will never have a normal growth trend. I mean, it will. It'll have growth trends, but they will be less stable, right? That's like endgame capitalism. Boom busts at a faster and faster pace, unless we give up on Keynesian economics, which we don't seem ready to do anytime soon, unfortunately. Gravy likely to go back down for more entries, or have the tips forsaken us? I don't know what that means. Where the ooh, actually, the shorting stopped a little bit. Kind of turning around. Not sure this is super bullish. We're not, so we're not quite. Yeah. We're still a little bit negative gamma here. Or, well, I guess both. Delta and gamma. Just a touch. Gamma's a little bit more positive, so it's uh Yeah, we need to fall further to get momentum. I'm gonna take some fucking Sudafed. Who's playing meta? People who don't like their money. The video looks like it's consolidating before another leg down. Very similar to Friday. Yeah. If it breaks GN again, it absolutely can. And it could dump quick, too. Like 730, 740 level. But until it breaks GN, it's got the market maker's support, which means it can bounce very, very hard, right? And then set an uptrend. GN on the videos at 778. 778 to 798, really. So losing 800, very bearish. Losing 780, extremely bearish. Ooh, nice. Delta slipping again. VIX is pushing up above 16. Now we just need a big fat fucking leg down. More. No dip buy. I don't want to do this shit for another half an hour. Bulls are very controlling. Terrible relationship. How closely related are you to that nephew child from before? But he's my nephew. So that's pretty close. Immediate, well, immediate once removed family, I guess. Gherkin, stop. You're making me bearish, and you know the Bulls always win. The Bulls just spent the last 2 weeks losing their asses. My ex-wife was a bull. Another terrible relationship. If you were a brand and scent of shampoo, which would you be? Shit, that's tough. Okay, hold on. I can't remember the name. What's what's the one called that comes in like the little? It looks like a little water drop bottle. It's like ONX or some shit like that. The coconut one. It's not pert. Ew. No, not Head and Shoulders. OGX. Coconut milk. Weightless hydration plus coconut water shampoo. Yep, that's the one. Thanks, Taco Squire. How do they milk the coconuts? Squeeze their nipples. Say more. Oh, you got the Sub-Zero? Nice. How cool is it, right? And people who come to your house aren't going to think you're a serial killer. I have diamond hands. You held your 0 DT puts all day, didn't you? How many of you did it? Be honest. Okay, you know what? I should play the bear song right now. So this rips to 5100. Wait, if I play the bear song and it works, does that mean we're in a bear market? Yes? Wait, do it. Okay. Hmm. Where is the bear song? Where did I put it? It's been so long. Wait, I need to buy calls.
won't sell the top and move. You don't, your stock is going down, not up. Your base is upside down. You're stuck, your head is knocking like it's Tuesday. Bear, bear, be scared, not a fucking care bear. Bear, bear, don't care, all up in your dare, yeah. Bear, bear, big bear, and now your board is down, 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 down.
Turn it off. I have to open 5 new credit cards thanks to you. Does Buried only play on YouTube? Yeah, my audio doesn't share on Discord. Now we could bounce to 5,100. Well, no, hold on. If the bear song works, then we're in a bear market. It wasn't worth the test. It absolutely was. I'm so mad at you. You did that on purpose. You have calls, don't you? I mean, I also have puts. Larry paid for you to have the whole band at your disposal for custom music, but they couldn't splurge on an IT guy to figure out how to make Discord audio functional. Sham. You know what the bear song does? It has 100% pump rate. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry for you blowing up my port right now. Imagine if playing songs actually could influence the stock market. It very clearly does. You guys are also superstitious. Citadel would be full of flute quants. What's a flute quant? Oh, okay. Go ahead and downplay the fact that Jamie Dimon and Larry Fink are in here right now. Don't tell Gaff he's getting his performance review. Nice. $20 worth of spaghetti is like, if that's like a couple full meals. SPX and QQQ weekly MACD cross down, confirming bear market. Testing a bounce this week, maybe next, then more downs. I'm ready. That's a lot of ADA. That's true. Yeah. Tenacious D is doing cock push-ups and sending the market to all-time highs. Oh, $55 for me with the bear song. That's not how it works. Play the bull song. Ah, fine. But then I'll be negating the effect of the bear song and I won't know what kind of market we're in.
Pickle, 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 pickle.
Where's the bottom for Boeing? Cheers to 10 months of me paying for edutainment and many more, just hanging out as a pleb. Love you. I have no idea. Hold on. Boeing would have a very hard time going below 152. I'm pretty sure their deck got downgraded. Yeah, I heard about that. Look at the red candles, red as you played the bull side. It's just nonsense. We're just chopping. Bulls are trying to regain positive delta on the day before they have to close all their short puts. And VIX spikes above 16. Taylor and Greenland sharks lived 300 to 500 years. I know, imagine the compounding gains. Is this going to break either way or stuck at 65? Good question. Huh. Bulls are pushing up right now pretty steadily. If they get it back above 68, they can try to pump it again. But they may also just give up and de-risk. I don't know. The Bears have a slight advantage here, but it's very slight. And it goes away if we move $3 higher. It's my birthday. Can I have the I Can Be Screen song on a quick loop, pretty please?
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like.
Why is this song always out of sync? I don't know.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent outside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like.
Kirk is the falsetto. This is peak AI. You're right. I'm not playing that one. I do hate it. What are you all so excited about? I have no idea. There's people holding 1 hour and 10 minutes expiry, 5000p. They're not sad. It's just nervous energy. I'm hungry. I'm gonna get something to eat real quick. I'll be right back. I've returned. Oh, that's good. What did they do to you, Nuke? Is Meta earnings gonna taketh away my Nvidia put gains? Why are you playing earnings? Hold on. I got like a chili flake down the wrong way, or up. Yeah, I did. I was drinking water. No, it wasn't a nice feeling. 50-60, we meet again. Yep. Where's your gigantic mug? This one? I have a regular size one too. Is 50% port allocation to BNet too much? You know they're gonna sell shares for 5 cents, right? Yes. This mug? It's like a adult-sized cup. Or are you talking about this one? The mug is actually tiny. Gherk is 2 feet tall. Just let me have my camera tricks, okay? $50-50 still possible? Yeah. Yeah. Stock God drinks from a sippy cup. Chad move. It really is a sippy cup. It's got like a little flap you can open right here that allows you to sip out of it. So the little lad doesn't spill his juice on his big boy trading keyboard. Exactly. You get it. Adabit would never sip out of a sippy cup, and that's why he's faded into obscurity. That and the end of Rumspringa. I don't think they make their drinking vessels out of wood, Bob. Rumspringa itself is eternal poopy pants, but its participants come and go. Has anybody checked to see if the Amish have lower levels of microplastics? I'm still here. Hold on. I am muted. Why am I muted on one thing and not the other? Alright. We're at the same price I was when we started playing the songs, so the market is neutral. What did you do to Chicken Tender Daddy? I let him live rent-free in all of our heads for all eternity. You missed one detail. I just got a 50-55 put. Gherkin, you don't have to... Dork, you don't have to tell me every time you lose money. I am the bounce. How would you guys feel about a 40-minute bleed down to 50-60 and then a 5-minute rip to 50-70 by the end of the day? But not higher than 50-70. So those with 50-75 calls get fucked too. Hate it. Disgusting. The perfect closing price, 50.69. Really, I feel like risk premium's priced up in tomorrow. It is. I'm holding some Barrick 20C for Jan. They're okay, right? I assume so? Are they? I don't know. I don't own any of those. I'm buying the 50-70 right fucking now. I mean, it looks like Fubo found support when it fell to 120 the last time. Maybe if earnings are bad or something. Why would you get a 50-55 put when you get 3 50-40 BOGO style? Poll reported for harassment. It was a question. Who's the best trader in the pickle jar? J Fresh. J Fresh is a terrible trader. I know, that's why he doesn't trade. J Fresh is the guy in the paper trading competition who just holds the initial capital and hopes everyone else blows up. Nice, Sinbad. He's got a 98% chance of winning. It's true. I would say Dunkston is the best. You weren't here for 2021. I mean, AJ? No. AJ's awful. I mean, I guess the fact that he hasn't gone broke is impressive. But I think he just makes a lot of money at work. AJ only trades defined risk. I know. If he hadn't learned spreads, he could be gone already. Once upon a time, I was named Pickle Jar's most improved trader. It's true. Then you started overnight YOLOing 0 DTEs on Globex. Who is the worst trader? It's got to be AJ or Farmville, right? It's me. I'm Tyler Durden. I've got to be near the bottom. I'm not saying there's a pickle who does this, but the first one to YOLO whatever treasury will be the most successful pickle of all time. That was J-Fresh. He went balls deep in bonds and made money. That was fun. I wish, I wish yields would crash again. I missed buying a call by 1 second. You could have bought him this entire time, though. Never mind. Bulls win. We haven't tested 75. See, this is the point. No one wins. You're just winning because the market's not crashing yet. Yes. Hmm. What happened to the Fed speakers? Are they in their blackout window already? Ooh, we have a 7-year auction tomorrow. We were at 50.47, but yes. I kind of want to sell butterflies here. 10 wide? Or do we pump into a close because of earnings? Hmm. This looks so topped out. It looks like it's still trying to reverse. If they're pumping it into close, should we expect a drop for GDP? Not necessarily. They're going to pump it either into close or overnight, right up to the fucking neutral point on the chain, right? So that if GDP is hot, they can gap over the resistance at 5,100 and keep pushing it until everyone realizes that inflation expectations are way the fuck up, and then it can fail. But when it fails and falls back to like 50-50, VIX will only be at 14. You guys have done this before. Come on. Why couldn't they have just gapped up this morning? Because fucking durables was red hot. And the bears came in hard on the sold calls. Lower high, super bear incoming. It's just consolidating. And then the breakout or down will just be data dependent. inflation is transitory, especially when you only compare it to a rolling 12-month period. I mean, it's really easy to say inflation's going down when you compare it to a rolling 12-month period and you don't look at the last 3 months of data, which has been every Fed speech this year so far. It's like, we're doing great in December, guys. As of December, inflation was still headed down, which was fine when they said that in January, right? But then they said it in Feb and March. They're going to say it in a couple days. Economists like this one little trick. They call that the Krugman algorithm. What are you trying to say that analyst estimates and the staff at the Fed are manipulating the data outputs and their analysis in order to dupe the layman? They would never. Exactly. It's like analysts keep missing jolts, right? And they're like, "Oh, jolts is so hard to analyze, right?" But somehow I can get it right every fucking time. And their estimates for jolts are always like 20% off of what it comes in at to the downside. For the last like 7 months, I'm like, Jolts is gonna be hot, and it's hot as fuck every time. And every single fucking bank analyst is like, nope, coming in lower next month. Just you watch. And so by doing that, they're keeping inflation expectations in the long run trimmed, right? Because everybody who uses those ratings is going, oh, look, inflation's going to be going down, unemployment's going to be coming up in the future. And remember, the market's forward looking, right? So they're not only are they manipulating vol, right? They're also manipulating the forward expectations of the market. I'm sure nothing bad will ever come of this. But you go and say that shit on Twitter, and all the mainstream finance people are like, you're crazy. That's a conspiracy theory. You and your data backed conspiracy theories with tons of hard, non circumstantial evidence. Anti Fed. Probably a flat farther, too. Oh, Earther. Circumcised evidence is the worst. It's hard to cover it up. But that's got 2 layers, by the way. Because when it's hard, it's uncovered. Anyway. Are we closing over 50.80? Oh no, I said we were going to close at 50.69. How much did you lose today? I don't think I lost anything. I did pretty well on the straddle. Made a bunch of money scalping puts earlier. Lost some money over trading QQQ. Closed out cat for a profit. Didn't go long Nvidia. Didn't long Tesla either. Which was a great choice. Everything you need to know is packed into the chart of analyst inflation expectations superimposed over the inflation chart. You know they're going to push for 50.90 because they can't help themselves. But if we close at 50.69, everyone loses money. Could have made 8, but I didn't sell at the bottom. Oh. Yeah, well, it took a long time to break down. This was just choppy. Like, this whole fucking period. Back here. That was awful. GME broke out of the range. No, it didn't. It did double bottom. Still looks like crap, though. Based on the last period, maybe it'll run sometime in July. So what we're doing here is we're forming the world's sloppiest inverse head and shoulders before we move to a new all-time high at 6,000. Because we need the everything is normal rally. This is complacency, right? We just need to cool off for the next rally. We already had peak euphoria. So this should be the bull trap. What about second peak euphoria? Bull trap or not? I just bought another Fubo call. I got out of GoEV for a loss. Okay. How am I still up on my $3 calls? Interesting. Ooh, Tesla's crawling back up into the end of the day. It's back above 62. Huh. I had to rewind the thread to see if I missed someone laughing about my MC Hammer joke. No, you didn't. Don't worry. It's a good one. I saw it. This is not my 50-69 prediction. We need to sell off. We need to sell off and then bounce back up to 50-69. I thought today was pretty fun. Two DTE straddle good enough? Probably. I mean, cool or hot, GDP will do something. I guess if it came in exactly at expectations, that would still be cool. So will we sell off? I mean, I just want like $5. Like right. Where's the end of the day? Yeah, we could sell off a little bit, right? Like we sell off to 67 and then bounce back to 69. It's the market's favorite number, and Ken's also. Jimmy's up 6%, and it's like you don't even care. Not at all. Or what? Sam Altman fraud investigation news drops. No one cares about that anymore. Stop trying to make your butterflies print. Too late. You sold all your GME shares. Yep. Wild? At what price did you sell your GME shares? 17. Well, between 1680 and like 1730. And then I kept like 10k up through the last earnings, and I got stopped out of those in after hours. What was the reason? I mean, what did you hear, see that made you say, fuck it, this is not worth it anymore, I'm dumping? 2 years of Ryan Cohen blowing smoke up everyone's ass without actually accomplishing anything besides trimming some budgetary issues, right? And then zero path for growth moving forward. And the options market had become wildly illiquid. And so a lot of the reason that I just stayed in GME instead of selling back in like 2022 was that I was still making really good yield, right? I could make like 10% over 30 days on my entire position, which is fucking ridiculous. But over the last year, as like vol crushed out and we really stopped getting those consistent OPEC cycles and GME options interest dwindled, I kept having to compensate more and more to get an equivalent yield off of my shares, and the options market liquidity just simply wasn't there for selling large numbers of calls, and so I was just over it. He gave us colored controllers. He could have bought Mad Cats 2 years ago. Holding calls? No, I cut my cat position already. I'm not holding anything through earnings. Earnings will probably be good, but I don't want to. I don't want to play it. I'm gonna take the chance. I was already up. If Jimmy becomes a play again, this community will be so long. Probably, yeah. Unfortunately true, but He gave sports players gift cards. Yeah, he did. He handed out gift cards to millionaires, multi-millionaires. RC is the Mad Catz controller of activist investors. Is Meta likely to be pumped to support the market? Not necessarily. Zuck's been selling fucking shares every day for like 3 months. Meta is going to 5 million. No one cares about Zuck. I mean, you're right. I definitely don't. Zuck looking like a Chad these days? It's true. I saw his gold chain that he's sporting now. No, their moms canceled the fight. I need this to close under 75. Which means we're going to close at 50.80. NVIDIA GN 778. But there's a bit more range on it than that. It's like here, like 798 through 778. Gherkin, I need this to slip or be at a specific number. 50.69 would be ideal. He's getting yolked. What's that, like covered in eggs? And eating massaged beef on his estate in Hawaii. He's doing fine. It's not yoked. It's yoked. He's getting bukkake with eggs. You know, a yoke, like what you put on a ox to when they do plowing. It's not yoked. I swear, it has nothing to do with eggs, popcorn. It's not a play on Gaston from Beauty and the Beast. I heard from someone reputable that H100s Elon referenced, including those in shipped Teslas, so he can push the prices back up again. You're missing out on the memes, possibly. Yoked plus eggy. Gaston equals yoked. That's above 50.75. Fuck off. Do you think Kramer saying that GME is arguably the worst company in the NASDAQ is kind of bullish? It would be if GME was in NASDAQ. He was clearly talking about GMED, which is now probably ripping. Yep, it is. It's up 3% in like the last couple days. $16, 17% since December. I have a question. You know, we've been doing this a long time. We know each other pretty well, right? Like, how many more fucking bottoms am I gonna have to hear "Woo, this is MOASS" off of? None of these have been MOASS. Not one. Why doesn't it just keeps going down? Like, now do the DDS chart. I mean, hold on. That's only for the pigeon whales. Sorry. Gatekeeping shill. I mean, GoEV actually looks bullish as fuck on the daily. You guys are just a bunch of paper-handed bitches. Ding ding. Hey! I got my clothes. Well, close enough. I can't believe those $70 call holders made $1.68. Kenny must be feeling really generous today. So overall, still distributing out across the high from yesterday and the upside price action. Obviously, getting hung up in the neutral positioning going into tomorrow, into the end of the day today. GDP is going to be very important, both for inflation expectations and for dollar valuation. I think current analyst estimates for GDP are far lower than they should be. I know Atlanta Fed is also projecting closer to 3%, and the current consensus is like 2.5, or no, sorry, yeah, 2.5. I think it'll be quite a bit higher with the government spending that's been going on. Initial jobless claims are also in the pre-market tomorrow, retail inventories and wholesale inventories. So we have a bunch of data coming in. Expanding inventories, bearish for businesses. Initial jobless claims probably aren't going to move much. I think labor's going to stay pretty strong. And GDP should definitely be up. I think our like nominal growth rate looked like it was about almost 6%, and analysts are projecting Q1 advanced GDP at 2.5. I mean, the disparity is ridiculous. Anyway, we have support to the downside around this lower trend. That's where I would be looking for a breakdown. And then if we lose this trend, that would probably be around the 50-40 level on SPX, which is also where a lot of the more recent short vol is sold. So that's where we would start to see volatility kind of swing back to the upside. Broad commodities down. Looks like still just consolidation. Probably also waiting for more data and possibly another leg up in the dollar. The dollar is pulled back a little bit in anticipation of tomorrow as well. It almost swung back above 106 today, but it managed to stay kind of suppressed. Yields, however, did not. Pretty much everything across the chain moved up, with only the 2-year contracting. And I think that's largely because hot GDP would probably move the 2-year up and price out the remaining Fed rate cut that's still showing there. Core 1 month and 3 month continued to drop today, although at a slower pace than the prior 2 days. So still a lot of short vol coming in, these levels being heavily defended. However, because of all that defensive positioning, we're not moving up a lot. They're not really leveraging the out of the money gamma, and so we're not getting the big swings up that we need to break through gamma neutral, delta neutral, and actually get like an upside bullish trend, right? Carry trade levered up even more today. We talked about this a bunch earlier, and kind of some of the historic effects of leverage getting this high. The Bank of Japan rate decision is tomorrow night. And USD JPY is at 155.32, which is fucking crazy. We can go out here to the weekly and you can just see how actually nuts that is. It's the lowest it's been since 1990, and it doesn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. Forward yield on volatility closed the day just barely negative, so they're still fighting to keep that vol demand suppressed, and so far they've done an okay job over the last few days, getting that back down towards zero and backing off the backwardation in VIX. But tomorrow's data could flip that the other way pretty quickly, and if GDP is hot enough and inflation expectations rise enough, we could see the 10-year move much closer to 5%, which is kind of that critical margin level. And we could also see the 2-year move up pretty substantially, 5.25. Bond volatility probably up a little bit today, although this isn't going to reflect that yet because I think it updates 15 minutes after close. Skew pulled back a little bit yesterday, so some of the tail risk hedge fell off, but not much, right? We're nowhere, given the amount of Vegas sold, there's still quite a lot of tail risk interest. Like vol is easily as short as it was back here, but now there's a lot more defensive, like there's a lot more tail positioning for any kind of tail event that might occur. So participants are still a little scared. I think it kind of implies that at least. 36.38% of the S&P over the 20-day moving average. Not quite a bullish trend yet, obviously, but still moving up. Correlation between VIX and VIX futures actually stayed pretty flat today. I think 0.1% moved more negative, so a little less correlated at the end of today, but not substantially so. And earlier today we'd priced in about 4 more points of cuts than we're pricing in right now. GDP and PCE could both affect this pretty dramatically, especially with the FOMC meeting right around the corner. And we may see the entirety of the second rate cut priced out, which means down to 0.25 or maybe even like 0.2, depending on how much uncertainty that data holds. I guess we could cover the technicals real quick too. This is fucking useless. Hold on. Let's go to the daily. As far as the daily is concerned, this still very much looks like a capitulation rally, right? Like an upside move to retest the 50 and then a rejection, right? This outcome is still far more likely than the bullish outcome of breaking the 50 and moving up. Obviously, knowledge of that will come at the test of the 50, or if we don't test the 50, right, which would be extremely bearish. But for now, I mean, this is still just a recovery from the drop, more than it is an actual reversal, at least on the daily time frame. If we do get back above SPX, 51.66, 51.11, so we break the 50, clear the 66, that's probably more indicative of a longer term upside move, right? So still a long way to go on that front. Today was relatively flat. I mean, I guess down a little, not much though. So don't get too carried away with the bullishness. But yeah. Anyway, thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you all bright and early tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. I hope everybody has a great night. Later.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
this yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must have...
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's not...
Where did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who